Good evening, everybody. This is a late one, but it is the weekend, and I was feeling some kind of way, and my boy Greenlight said, hey, do you want to fly? So the computer did an update, so here we are at it again. Let's get this music turned down. Hopefully you guys heard a word I said. That music was pretty loud. I didn't realize it was so loud. So anyway, welcome aboard to this Airbus A350-900XWB, and like I said, we are on here. Greenlight, what's up? What's good? He says I'm in Terminal 4, Gate 31. Roger that. Greenlight. Hi, honey. My baby. My queen of my life. Como estás, mi amor? Thank you for checking in as well, honey. Thank you, Greenlight, as well, for flying along, guys. We got a good one here. We're flying this, like I said, Airbus A350-900XWB all the way down from John F. Kennedy Airport in New York to Miami in Florida, of course. Kind of fitting and bittersweet. My Nana, who actually lives in New York, or lived, just passed away, so I'll actually be visiting New York this week in order to celebrate her life. So she lived long, robust, 90 years old. So Nana, to you, dedicate this flight, and we love you, and besitos in heaven, and yeah, looking forward to celebrating your life. So with that being said, let's go ahead and jump on board this aircraft here. I do have my Thrustmaster and Airbus controls all put up today, so you'll be seeing at least the left side stick during this. So let's get the music shut down and let's get on and popping. We got to get a flight plan together, but that'll be the least of our worries right now. Let's go ahead and get this aircraft all up and up to par here. So as you can see, we're down here basically at our command and control screen, but it is not on because we got to turn the battery on first. So going to come up here to our batteries, and we're basically going to turn all these batteries on, every last one of them. Everything up top here, basically just run across it, bada bing, bada boom, tie the bus, or put that to auto at least. And let's get the nav light on, of course. Now we need to go back down here and let's go to the ground service, ground equipment, and let's go ahead and get our left and right side. We'll come back and get some other stuff going on here, but let's get our left and right side external power available so we don't run out of battery power. And yeah, we'll come up and get a bunch of this other stuff on there. Let's try to scoot along so we can get in the air. So first thing is I need to go ahead and check I'm using my Thrustmaster control, so I need to make sure that boom, stage, climb, and reverse. Should be climb, flex, and toga. Okay. Alright, so you just got to double check those just to make sure they're all up and running. Now let's go back up and get our IRSs on. Let's see, we can turn these bad boys on as well. And let's get these to the nav position, of course. There we go. And of course now we need to come back down here and get this bad boy into, actually let's go over here to init. Of course, this is where we put all of our pertinent information in here to the aircraft, so that it knows who we are and where we're going. Okay, JFK, like I said, hope everybody's good. I know it's late night, not expecting a lot of activity on the stream. However, we could be surprised with that. Just felt like I'm gonna fly this, I want to do it anyway. All right, so as long as we have that put in, we can come back and kind of fill the rest of this cruise information in. But right now we need to go to the IRS and Miami, enter that. Let's see, back to the IRS. Now we're going to click Align IRS, and it's going to give the position here, and you can see that the alignment will be done in 8 minutes. And now let's go ahead and get the plane ready to go to be loaded and fueled. So of course, as a lot of flight factor simulations, you have to most certainly put these items to where they're actually realistic. So you got to put the stairs, a passenger bus, which really wouldn't be realistic. I just do it anyway because this is at the gate, but I put the passenger bus because it won't load sometimes if you don't. The fuel truck and the luggage loader at the minimum, and the rest is good. And then we can come over here to the doors and hatches, and we need to open, I believe it's this door, and the forward cargo bay and the aft cargo bay. And if it doesn't load us, then we'll just open this door one left. But usually in this one, they load it here. An aircraft this size, they're going to have the gate come in there. So, and you could also put it in the loading configuration. And I guess that does need to be open. So that would be the only thing that I was missing there. All right, boom, that's taken care of. Doors and hatches are looking good. So now we have to come back to the main menu and go to the airplane menu, because now we got to start loading this bad boy. All right, so there's a few ways we can do it. We can go heavy, and which is what we're going to do. Number of passengers 241. It kind of gives us all of our weight there. Total payload weight is 48,000. Cargo weight is 19.5 kilograms. And it's got some luggage weight. I'm assuming and then it's got the passenger weight there of 241. So total payload weight of 48,000. So what I'm going to do now, man, I'm going to go in here to my flight plan, and the total payload in my flight plan came up to 45.7 kilos. So I'm just going to adjust that to reflect it coming up to match this, so the fuel will be correct, which is the main reason for that. As we're speaking, guys, Greenlight, and you'll see his handles actually Greenlight Auto Brokers, but we just refer to him as Greenlight, is also loading up. He's flying an A330 today, so we'll be hearing from him in no time soon, I'm certain. Let's see here. So I actually had more passengers on my flight plan, but not enough cargo, so I'm just going to adjust that there. Let's see, cargo according to this is 19.5. And miscellaneous weight, will add another 2.6. So 19.5 plus 2.6 is roughly going to be 21, actually 22.1. Okay, so now we're at 22.1. Then they have the luggage weight, 4158, which we can round up to basically 4.2. So that would be 26 point. Luggage weight, we did 4.2, so we're looking at 26.3. So let's see how close. It'll be close enough for fuel anyway, so we're going to see what they want us to generate. As far as fuel on here, I don't know how it's going to balance out, simply because I had more packs in before, now I got less. Let us see what the dealio is. Total takeoff in kilograms, 25,287 kilograms. I want to say that's a little less, but don't quote me on that. And our payload, okay, so I don't mind this. It's over fuel, but the payload here, went up to 51.4. So maybe minus miscellaneous weight, maybe would have been fine, but we'll just leave this. That'll be enough. The landing weight will still be fine. So with this, we can definitely implement this. Number of passengers 241, and it should allow us to start implementing that. So now we come back over here to the fuel, and we should roughly end up in the ballpark of 25,287 kilograms. Check you guys out the stream really quick. All right, everybody's looking good. Yeah, so 25,287 kilograms. So again, now this is why I try to get the flight plan as close as possible, because now we're going to reference these fuel fields. So the destination fuel, it says it's going to take 15,217 kilograms. The alternate is 3564. The contingency is 1478. The APU time here, well, it doesn't really give you an APU time per se, but we're just going to do 40 minutes to be on the safe side, which we probably could do more than that. Taxi time, we're going to say 40 minutes as well. And right now that's got us at 22,469, so we're still a little bit low there. So what we'll do is, I'm going to see, we need 25,287. We're at 22, so we need about, let's try 3.2. That gets us 25,669, so 25,669, so let's go about 2,800 pounds. There we go, 25,269, so we're just a few under, we're pretty close. So I'll do 2,900. Actually, I'll do 2,890. And that gives us 25,359. I'm cool with that. So let's go ahead and implement the fuel. So now you can see here the passengers and cargoes being loaded is being implemented, as well as the fuel being loaded. And now it looks like our IRSs are aligned. Don't quote me on that though. So it looks like they are. So now this, guys, this usually generally comes up into your landing mode, your ILS mode. So you got to grab this guy right here, work it all the way over to the arc. And the map's not available, but that's simply because we, so this IRS have aligned. Now we need to go and switch this guy here over to inches and keep it going. Man, I gotta I'm so used to having my other normal flight system in place. So there's only one IRS aligning left, and it's actually just finished, as you guys saw that. So we're good there. So let's get right into our flight plan so that we can most certainly get out of here. And well, let me get the radios on, and then we'll do a radio check actually. So let's go to the lower pedestal. Remember, on this aircraft you do have to turn the radios on, as well as the speakers. So they did a pretty good job with that simulation. As well, for the PA, you got to turn this on too. And you don't spin it with your scroll wheel. You actually, grab it like this and spin it. There we go. Make sure that guy was on. Okay, he's on. All right, there. So 122.8. Let me check my interface here, and we're in transmit receive. And of course, I need to set my settings for the push to talk since I'm using a new one. Okay, so that should have worked. Any station this radio check.
5x5, bro.
Take a bite. All right, so we got 5x5 there. Radio check is complete, guys. And I've done kind of a tutorial on this before, so we're just going to speed past a bunch of this stuff, but I still will be explaining what I'm doing as I'm getting the flight ready. So again, we said the aircraft is getting loaded right now, guys, so let us get right into where we can do our flight plan. But don't forget, we need to go back to our initialization page here and finish a few different items in here. Like, we need to indicate where our alternate is going to be, because that's definitely something you want to have in. And our alternate is going to be KMCO. right, KMCO's in there, and our cruising altitude today is going to be a robust 38,000 feet. Cost index is 75, guys. Trip wind, if we were to go in there and look at the average wind, trip wind is heading of 243. So HD 243, get into that. And as we go to the wind here, we could really get into there, but you know, we'll just leave that alone for now, guys. So let's go back to the initialization page to make sure we're all done. And yeah, all the fields that we need right now are okay. And our cruising temperature, let me see what it says here. It looks about the same, a few degrees off, but no big deal. So let's go to our flight plan now, guys, and get down to brass tacks. So on this departure today, the route that we're taking is so let me see if there's any departures in my Navigraph for Miami, and then I still have to do a few things like even get this flight even planned in the Navigraph, since this was kind of an impromptu, folks, so nothing to worry about there. So there's plenty of stars here, but obviously we're not leaving a star. Sometimes they have, or SID, I'm sorry, I'm calling it a star. Standard instrument departure is what I'm referring to. Let me see if they've got a standard. Okay, they got the Miami 8 departure. And let me make sure there's no notes. Speed restrictions, turboprops operate in a manner. Turbojets accelerate to 250 as rapidly as feasible until reaching 10,000. Okay, so that's pretty standard. I think we're going to probably do this Miami 8. And I haven't even planned for a runway or anything yet, so let me do a few different things here, but I think that's the departure that we're going to put in there. And you know what, guys? I am totally even talking about the wrong airport. We're not even in Miami. We are at JFK. So disregard everything I said. And consider that a senior moment. Consider that a senior moment. I was like, something wasn't sounding right. And I'm already ready to get to Miami. That's the deal. That's what I'm talking about. So on this one, we have the Kennedy 5. Which is probably what we'll do. Now let me look at the weather here. Now that I'm all back on track with the appropriate airport, guys. I know you guys are like, man, it's late. This guy's asleep already. We don't know if we want him flying us, man. I'm mad at you. Not mad at you, guys. Can't say anything on that one. All right, so John F. Kennedy, the latest MEDAR, the winds are out of basically the west. They're at 300 degrees. So in the spirit of that, and taking into consideration the size of our aircraft, we are going to be looking at runway, let me see how many knots it was. 10 knots, so yeah, we need to try to be more on target. So out of the west at 300, so our best bet is going to be, drum roll, 31 left. So I'm going to depart on 31 left, which that runway, and I'll show you where we're at now that I'm actually referenced the right airport. So the winds are out of the west basically, but here's 310. That's not bad. As far as you can see, even the runway heading is 314. So the winds are out of at 300. So we're going to do 31 left here, guys. Is what we're doing here. And now let me look at that departure on the Kennedy 5. So for 31 left. See, breezy point climb left. There's a different to be assigned to non-turbojet. Okay, there's a different couple of departures you can do for 31 left. Breezy point climb left, turn direct CRI VOR, make turn east of CRI VOR radial 39, remain within DME 4.5 JFK, then via CRJR 223 to Ringer cross. That's pretty intense. The Canary climb, or like it's Canary climb, Climbing left turn, direct CRR, make turn east of CRR, radio 39, remain within. These are both going to be on board, so let's play with it. Let's see. They both kind of have the same thing. Well, let's see what we get here when we put this in. This is going to be an interesting one here, guys. So we'll click SID, departure. We're going to click runway 31 left. And the SID is the JFK 5 here. And let me see what the transition would be for us. If this even makes sense, guys. Wavy. Aha. So there is a wavy as a transition. So that is going to be the transition. So we're going to transition to wavy. So let's see what this does. And here we go. It gets us out direct to CRI, the Canary. And then, of course, from there, let's see, gets us direct to CRI. Then via CRI 223 to Ringer. Yeah, it just basically gets us direct to CRI. Doesn't do any of that other stuff, so there's no ATC on right now, so we're just going to keep this simple, guys. So now we can go ahead and put wavy in. So let's insert that. Bada bing, bada boom. And if I remember correctly, we have to insert next waypoint. And the next waypoint, guys, is wavy. This one's kind of nice because you can type it. So there's wavy. We're going to apply that. And we're just going to keep going. Let me get back to my flight pan here. And keep her going. So from wavy, then we go to MJ. Actually, let us. Wavy. Okay, there we go. So. Kind of don't know what I just did there, but let's okay, so wavy, let's insert next waypoint here and then worry about what just happened there. All right, MJ. MJ's there. And from MJ, insert next waypoint. Actually, as you were, from MJ, we're going to insert an airway. So we are going to click on this airways here. And it is going to be via the Juliet 174 airway. 2. The intersection is going to be Sierra Whiskey Lima. Now we can go ahead and modify that. Now this one you definitely want to insert. So after wavy, it's got all that. Bada bing, bada boom. Then we're just going to come down to SWL and keep rocking. From there we go CB. Charlie, Echo, Bravo, Echo, Echo. Of course, with all these type of waypoints, and when you start getting into this amount, you definitely want to check the flight plan before you do anything else, especially if you're going to try to depart. All right, it is kind of convenient that we don't have to type slowly on the FMC like we do on other aircraft. So that's one thing I like about flying this. And this aircraft didn't used to have all this. It had got an update because for a while you couldn't put you couldn't even put any SIDs or stars in here, which meant you had to do it all by hand. Still was still enjoyable. It's just a little bit more annoying to do. Let's see, insert. Now, the one thing I do notice though, we got to be careful with this thing because sometimes it will not calculate your let's see, AR22. That's another airway, so we're gonna put that in. And we're taking AR22 to HOAG. Let's go ahead and modify that. And insert that guy. Because there's one thing we have to, where we got to go put our cruising altitude in. And make sure it's in the VNav as well. So to HOAG. And then from HOAG, we are... Let's see what the winds are doing in Miami now that I have the correct airport. We're going to do K-MIA. And let's see what we get. Alright, calm. So, I know their typical runway is like a 9. Let me see. I'll know it when I see it. Okay, so 9 is my choice. So we're going to come in on runway 9. So now let's do the arrival. Runway 9. Boom. The star is going to... Well, I guess it won't let us do a star for runway 9 yet. Let's see. Eyeball runway 9. Good length. Of course, we're going to do the ILS. Via. None. There we go. See how picky it is, though. It didn't want to. It didn't even want to give us the. It's the selfish one. It didn't even want to give us the star. You had to do all that other stuff first, so it's still a little bit temperamental there. In the order you have to do it, but yep, it's the selfish one, and the transition waypoint, guys, is HOAG. All right. The cool thing is you can see it up here, kind of in the scratch pad here. K-MIA. Eyeball is the landing system, and 09 runway length, course heading, ILS 9, no VIA. It didn't allow us to do a VIA there, so there's none. Selfish and HOAG. So we're going to go ahead and bada bing bada boom that. We're going to insert that. Now let's go ahead and look at the validity of our flight plan and make sure there are no discontinuities. Retro, CeeLo, Jinx, HOAG. Let's make sure there's... there you go. And it's got the there is a discontinuity, but that's just because the aircraft... we need to vector ourselves in order to get... Oh, something high here. Eyelash. We need to vector ourselves to the actual runway, so we'll leave it there. And we can also look at the flight plan and see what that looks like. So there you guys go. That's in there. Now let us make sure that we go to our performance, which we'll get going on here in a minute. Let's see, flight plan, fuel load, wind. Let's make sure we put our cruise flight level. It's already in there. Let's make sure we don't have anywhere else to put transition waypoints. But see here, there's no distances or anything in here. And last time I remember, let's see, nav aids, monitor, let's see. I feel like last time there was something else that we had to do. Oh, you know what? Let's go to... Let's go to our perf page and go to the cruise. Selection, cost index. And let's just make sure there's nowhere where we need to put our cruising altitude here. Hold speed, again, da-da-da. Climb. There's our transition altitude. We need to check 250 speed limit. That's in there. So, I'm still curious as to why we don't have any canopy, mark altitudes. So let me double check the SID really quick and just see, because that's a concern. If we're flying a, let me see something here. Let me look at our, oops, sorry about that. Let me look at our cruise. See, this profile is not looking good, so I don't understand why we don't have, I mean, here's the flight plan, so that's looking good. But I don't understand why we don't have a vertical profile when we put in the SID and the star. That should automatically populate in here. And I noticed, I think last time, that was the issue too. And the flight plan is in there. There's nothing more to initialize because it's showing up here as a solid line, so that's good. So I don't want to come down here and hit this init again because that's going to initialize the whole flight plan and we're going to have to do all that over again. So let us try to make a quick move here. Oops. Let us try to make a quick move here and let me look at something here really quick. We're not too far out from getting out of here, guys, just to let you know. So don't worry about that. I promise you. See, standard instrument departure. So the good thing on our departure, there are really no prerequisites because it's just a standard departure out of there. However, it's concerning that we don't even have any points in there at all. So this is just very peculiar. So I wonder what's up with that. I'm just trying to figure this. Just trying to use my brain here. There might be some other things we need to get on though before. Don't forget, guys, this is a little trick here. This thing here actually needs to be off like that for you, so you can get the actual correct reading on your checklist. Up top we go. Okay, that's it. That's on. That's fine. Fault off. That means it's going to come on if it's already in the fault. We don't know those are hydraulic pumps. We're good there. Let's get our NSSN, our data to avionics. Cargo. We can get all this stuff to on. And we'll come down here, of course, and get these pressurizations into the manual mode. So yeah, it's still peculiar why we don't have any weight, any. Let's see. Let's go back up here. Man. Yeah, it's peculiar. And I don't recall me having to do that. I mean, it should just load it up in there. There's actually another FMC, but I would imagine it's not, those waypoints are going to be in there. Here's an FMC as well. You can go to flight plan and see 32, 10. Yeah, it's got distances in there, but it doesn't have anything else. So peculiar. Let's go ahead and lock this door while we're thinking about it and come back up here. So also we want the boom, 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 altitude. We're simply going to be going all the way up to flight level 380. There's no ATC. And I'm not in the least worried about it at all. I can still descend. I can still descend this thing the way I need to. Come on, man. Let's see. This thing's being a little tricky here. I think I have a setting for this one here. Let me see. Figure out my settings. Okay, here we go. I knew I did. All right. 38. So let me check you guys out in the chat, make sure nobody is saying anything and everybody's all calm. So let's keep rolling right along so we can get out of here. I am not gonna lie, I'm still a little bit perturbed about this whole altitude speeds or altitudes in there. Let's see what this is all about. Speed, altitude. Let me look at something on our arrival, I guess. I'm going to be interested to see if I can at least put in the arrival points. Not so worried about the initial, but let's look at the Selfish One RNAV arrival. So the first point we need to worry about is Psychen. Just curious to see if I can do something here. See, and it's got a notification here, but it doesn't have the data, which is just awfully peculiar to me. So let's click on Psychen and altitudes, constraints. That's what we would need. See, speed at Psychen needs to be at 280, so that's good. That's good, and it's a descent constraint. Descent speed limit 250 at or below 10,000. That's correct. And then we need the altitude there, and Psychen is at, yeah, so it's in here. Flight level 220, so so it is actually in there. So let me click this. Nope, that just brings us back over here. Route summary. The only thing I could think of, let's see, status, clear info. No, that's not what we want. I mean, you know what? Let's try one thing here. And again, I don't think it's needed, but I'm just throwing a Hail Mary here just to make sure there's nothing else that I'm missing. So we're going to come back down here and just make sure that there is no execution. Let's see, flight plan. Yeah, there's no button here. I mean, once it's in there and we finish modifying the flight plan, it should be what it is. So the only other few things I can think about, which doesn't have anything to do with this, I'm not even going to sweat. So whatever. We got to make it work. We'll make it work. So let's go ahead and turn all our servos on now. Go to controls, and we're going to get all this good stuff on here right now. We're going to use our squawk code. It's going to be 2200. And it's going to be TARA, of course, norm, auto. We'll put it to on once we get ready to go. Then if we want to get our terrain callouts, our glide slope mode, and all that stuff, we need to turn these on. And this screen looks good for now. And let's see, we don't need to do any of this stuff over here. ATIS is not going to come in that page. I think they had a plan to integrate the ATIS in there. Servos, we did. Controls, status, and switches. Yes, so you got to turn these on as well. If you don't turn these systems on for your TCAS transponders and all your display stuff, you're going to be hurting during your flight. So don't forget, in the servos, these two pages are definitely highly important, and I'm going to show you why after we get into the perf. So now the performance, we definitely need to get into this. So we are going to be doing flaps 2, but this information is going to be subject to, we'll probably do a flex. We got plenty of room on the runway. It's going to be subject to all of our information received over here. Now, one thing that we have to do here, guys, which, you know, call it too much work, but there is a little bit of math involved in this. We have to find the runway slope, okay? And again, that's going to be finding the difference between the different elevations at the end of the runway. In this case, it's 0. The runway slope here is going to be 0. Elevation at the end of runway 13 right is 13. And runway elevation at the end of 31 left is 13. So there's no runway slope here. It's a completely flat runway. So that's going to be nice let us go back to the doors page. Oops. Maybe it's the ground page. Doors and hatches. And the aircraft is all loaded. So you can close all that. Only thing we're going to keep on is the APUs. And we are good there. Let me just double check that again. Boom, boom. Okay, fuel and passengers are all loaded up. All right, door status, all automatic. And cabin lighting, good there. Okay, now we need to go to this perf calculator, and this is where I was talking about. We need to put that in. So we're doing flaps 2 takeoff. Data out of range. Maybe it wants us to do a flaps 3. Okay, there we go. So here's our information. Here's our flex temp. We're going to do it's a 14,000 feet runway. We're definitely going to do flex. So we're going to do a flex takeoff. So we're going to put this temperature in there of 57. So 64 and 66. 64 and 66. Enter 164. Enter. And 166. Enter. And I believe we said 57. 57 it is. So that's going to be our flex temperature for our flex takeoff. So that's what it's looking like. I wonder at this weight, should I do, that's a pretty, we got plenty of, we'll do it. That should be enough for this flex takeoff. All right, so we're good there. We got our climb pre-selected, cruise. We're gonna make it go right up to flight level tree 80 though. All right, so now let's come back over here to the FMS flight plan. And now we just need to make sure our flight plan looks good before we get out of here, guys. So we're going to come and drag this over here to plan. And I'm going to make sure the range is... can do the range just like that. And then now, guys, we can just simply step through this flight plan. Hang on, let me figure out the best way to do this, guys. Let's come to another little view here. And as you would have it, there's no way for me to tilt down in this thing. So let's just come down like this and over and down. There we go. We'll make it work. So now we're going through the flight plan. Again, we had a lot of waypoints in there. We're just going to work through it regardless of the information not showing up on the FMS. The flight plan looks good. It gets us put downwind of runway 9, guys. You see? Because runway 9, we're landing to the east. So we come up here to Capone, then we can come right down and bada bing, bada boom. So that looks pretty good, guys. And yeah. The flight plan looks good. Let's get this back up and let's get out of here. So we'll take this and put it back on the arc. Let's get our, so from where we're at to go to da-da-ding, the runway, we need to push back nose to the right. So let's work on our better pushback. And you can see Greenlight behind there, TSC 1877. Yep, we could expect that, of course. All right, so Almost had it. There we go. Close enough.
Ground to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Alright guys, so now it's time to get that APU on, so we're going to turn the master on. Let's get our logo light on. And we're not doing actually a whole lot with the checklist. It's a late one, guys, so we can kind of mess with it. Make sure we are somewhat okay. All right. So let's go normal procedures, and we'll go to before pushback clearance. Fuel quantities right here, 2359. That looks good. Fuel quantities in the green. Final load sheet, we checked it. 0 fuel weight in FMS. Here we are in perf. So let's make sure we're not missing anything. And we need to go to takeoff. This is our perf for takeoff or performance at any rate. So you can see that's all in there. And of course we can go to our performance calculator. We need to put we eventually need to line up our trims as well. ECAM, center of gravity as well. Seat belts, pedals, adjust. External power is not off because we got to wait for that APU. You know what, guys? I didn't even start it. Let's get that beacon on. And let's go down here and double check what our trim should be. See, the center of gravity is 23.4. It'll be down here too where we need to set the center of gravity. Let me check you guys out in the chat here. I'm pretty sure there's not a whole lot of activity. Let's see. Greenlight says, welcome aboard, Captain Cooper. Okay, Roger, Greenlight. We'll talk to the radio. And Captain Cooper says, what's up? Hey, Captain Cooper, hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Welcome aboard. Guys, that APU is now available, so let's go ahead and use the APU generator now. So bus is already tied, APU generator is on. Now we can get rid of the ground power, and then of course we need to turn those APU bleeds on, and we'll get those temperatures situated here in a second. Now we can get this heater on. Boom, boom, boom. Everything is looking good. So now we need to come over here really quick, and we need to get rid of ground equipment, so it's not an issue when we do our pushback. All right, guys, we're making it happen here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain and crew would like to welcome you on board this Airbus A350. If you haven't already done so, please stow your carry-on luggage underneath the seat in front of you, or in an overhead bin.
Yeah, these hydraulics are going to stay till fault. We do have our bleeds on, and we need to get our isolation valve open for engine start. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so, and we need to make sure our signs are on, seat belts on, and the lights are armed. Let's call for a better pushback. Greenlight, you ready for pushback and start, good sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, roger that. I'm going to go ahead and start my pushback, and I will be departing on runway 31 left, sir. All right, guys.
I'll be doing 31 as well. 31 left as well.
Okay, roger that, sir.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
All right, tow is driving up, so you guys know what that means as well. We need to make sure that our transponder is on. Let me see. Yeah, we're going to put it just to on. Oh, yeah. We make sure that reflects good here on the VATSIM network, and it does, so that's good. So we're going to go back to the FMS and we're going to go back to the flight plan. And of course I got to get the altimeter put in there. Flight directors need to...
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
So flight directors are on. All right, let's go ahead and look at our what our altimeters are going to be.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
All right, we will release that parking brake in a second, but for whatever reason, I'm not getting any weather from JFK. So let me. I think the page had timed out is what it was, when I was trying to refresh it. Didn't work. There we go. So the altimeter is still it's out of the still 290.
320 at 17, 2977.
Thank you, sir. Greenlight came through, helped the brother out. All right, let's get this one fixed up. 2977. And let's make sure that beacon's on, and then we can push back.
No, sir, 2977.
Oh yes, yes, sir, yes, sir. 2977. Appreciate that, Greenlight. Looking out. Definitely kind of tell it's got that late night stream vibe. Hopefully I'm more awake. Alright, 2977. Thank you, Greenlight, for that. 2977. Again, let's go up and make sure that beacon is on, and I'll get you guys some flight controls on. The beacon is on. Logo we got all the way on. And yeah, we can go for pushback. Everything is disconnected there. And bleeds are open. So we should be able to get a nice little engine start. So let's come down here and get that parking brake off. Alright, parking brake is off. Let's wait for that pushback to start. Alright, all doors and hatches are closed. Here's the doors there. Let's continue our checklist, and if that pushback doesn't start out in a second, I'll know something's wrong. External power, like I said, was off. Let's run the before pushback again. Let's see, before pushback start. Because we did get the external power off, but it just is not letting us. Let's see. Completed. That's okay. Next, pushback truck, thrust levers, idle. Parking brake is off, so I don't know why the better pushback is not starting. Let me do something here. Sometimes you gotta just move the rudder pedals around and do something. Or, let's do this here. There we go. Let's go outside here and see what my man is doing. Absolutely nothing. Sometimes you can just wiggle some stuff around and they'll start it. But doesn't look like it's working. Telling you, man, it's always something. All right, let's jump back on board.
JFK traffic. Air Transat 1877 Heavy is pushing back from Terminal 4, Gate 31.
That's Greenlight. Let's see. Let's see if we can stop the pushback.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
So let's restart. There's another pushback that we can actually do, guys, that I'm not even worried about. The plane actually has its own pushback. I haven't done it for a while, but we could try it. So, not too wetty.
Attention all flight attendants, doors automatic.
Alright, so let's disconnect him and let us go to ground service and pushback. Let's see. Call for pushback truck. Use one of the following: push or pull. Preparing to push. So we got this little truck coming out. So I think I can even steer this thing from the outside.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the right. We'll see you next time and have a great flight.
Alright, it's pushing us, so now we need to go outside. So it's pretty cool. You actually push it with the throttles and you can steer it. So it's actually a pretty cool little device. Alright, guys. Got you some flight controls on there. So, and I believe I can steer it with my rudder, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that's it. So, we're actually doing our own pushback, guys. Who knew? I should name this video Our Own Pushback. So, if you don't know how to drive a pushback truck, you better learn. That's what we're doing here. Not saying I know how to do it, but we're giving it a try, guys. So yeah, it's pretty cool. You use the you know, the throttle. Obviously, I didn't feel like putting my other camera on to give the view of the throttle because it's really not that important in this one. That's not where the action is at. Since you just basically put it onto the detents. Yeah, guys, but better pushback didn't work, but it's not holding us back, that's for sure. Alright, guys, that's good enough for me. Alright, let's go ahead and set that parking brake. And now he's driving away, guys. That was not bad at all. Not bad at all. Alright, so pushback truck, that's all done. Next. And we got start clearance. So that's good there. Back to normal procedures, and we can go for the engine start. Hydraulic pumps on, beacon lit, APU available, APU bleed, ECAM auto mode. So let's get our hydraulic pumps all on.
JFK traffic. Air Transat 1877 Heavy will be taxiing via Hotel Bravo, Juliet, Zulu to runway 31 left for departure to the south. JFK traffic.
Generators will leave off. Packs obviously leave off. Hot air, everything else. APU bleeds are open. And everything else might be on a fault, but it'll come alive once we get the aircraft started. So, we can go ahead and come on down here. And ECAM should be in the auto mode. So let's check that. All right, perfect. All right, engine start selector on. So now we can do this. I don't even need to look, but I'll just show you guys. I'm going to use my my throttle here. So I'm just going to come right on over here and put it to the engine start selector, and we will be starting number 2 first. So there's 2, and of course we need to come down here and get it on the engine. All right, you can see the engines in the auto start process here for the right side. So we're just going to give it a moment to come all the way up, and as you can see, that's coming up. So as that's proceeding, we'll just come down here, guys, and that's not going to be on yet because we did the second engine. Look at that, guys. We start the engine up, and our altitudes come in there. Hallelujah. It's all binded to the engine, I suppose. Look at that. All right, guys. That's what I was curious about. Now we have a profile, guys. Now I'm not feeling too bad at all. Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and start number 1. Number 1 is on the move. You guys don't know how elated I am about the... because I was like, man, I felt like there was something I was doing wrong. But turns out, and this ECAM here is an auto, which is perfect. Turns out, it's just binded to the engine getting started. You can see that engine is still coming up. Get the anti-skid on since we're there. Get rid of that. Yep, we just got to wait for this here. Stabilize. Okay, that engine is stable, guys. Now we can get our generators on. Get our packs on. All of our bleeds. And we can get this air to normal now. Bada bing, bada boom. We can get this temps to medium. And yeah, let's see. Sometimes it'll say some other temperature, so we have to adjust them, and I can't remember what it is. But if we get the message that the cargo bay is hot, there's a reason for that. All right, let's get the isolation valve into the auto. And now we can turn that APU off, guys. The APU is going to fault because the bleeds. The APU generator is going to go to off. And we can turn that bleed off, guys. So we are good there. Now we can come over here and come back over to the PA, the cab announcements. And we can start getting our safety demonstration going on here, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and we need to work on our pitch. So we need to make sure that we have this in the right configuration. So it wants us to be at 23.
By pulling on the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest that
okay, so our takeoff pitch is supposed to be for 23%. So you can see
Airbus A350 has 8 emergency
we are lined up right there with 20%, guys. Now we need to get our flaps down.
Take a few moments now to locate your nearest exit. In some cases, your nearest exit may be behind you. If we need to evacuate
Okay,
the aircraft,
flaps are going to come down.
lighting will guide you towards the exit. Doors can be opened by moving the handle in the direction of the
Flaps 2 has been selected.
equipped with an inflatable slide, which may also be detached and used as a life raft. Oxygen and the air pressure are
Now that that is done, we need to go over to our flight controls.
An oxygen mask will automatically appear in front of you.
Flight controls
To
check.
start the flow of oxygen, pull
Pull
the
up.
mask towards you. Place it firmly
Pull
over
down.
your nose and mouth. Secure
Neutral.
the elastic
Aileron
band
left.
around your head and breathe normally.
Aileron right.
Although the bag does not inflate,
Neutral. And let me get my
oxygen
feet on the rudder pedals there.
If you are traveling
Rudder
with a
right.
child or someone who requires
And
assistance,
rudder left.
secure your mask on first,
Neutral.
and then
Flight
assist
controls
the
check
other
is complete.
Keep your mask on until a uniformed crew member advises you to remove it. In the event of an emergency.
Alright, servo systems, door, let's see, servo systems degraded.
Ensure your feet are flat on the floor.
So let's see what that's all about.
A pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so, open the plastic pouch and remove the
Servo systems degraded.
pass the straps around your waist.
Ah, it's right here. Boom. So you got, I don't know how that got cut off, but it did, guys. So that, saying that is no issue. So just, you know, trust in where you know the stuff the aircraft is at. So that's all good, guys. Next, after start, engine and controls, engine start selector, back to normal. Alright, I just did that. Anti-ice as required. This should just give us a green. Ground spoilers armed. Let's do that. Alright, flap lever set. Pitch trim check. ECAM status has been checked. Okay, cool. Alright, the rest of all that's on, so we got all greens there, guys. We got all that to auto. Everything is good for the after start checklist, guys. It all went to green for us. The before taxi, nose lights. Nose lights need to come on, but before that, let me double check what my taxi route is so I can call it out. So, this thing is super weird. We're going to do Bravo to... Let's see, what is this? Bravo to Mike. Oh, it's still Bravo. Bravo, 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 all the way down to, let's see, Bravo to Juliet to Zulu. Whew, this is some type of taxi. So, where are we at? So, we're going to enter it, okay. So, November Charlie, Bravo, Juliet, Zulu. Miami traffic, American 318 is going to be taxiing the runway 31 left via November Charlie, Bravo, Juliet, Zulu for departure to the south for Miami traffic. Alright, guys. So, not the easiest taxi, so we're going to just take this very slow. And let's get out of here. Let me double make sure that our nose lights are on. So, nose lights are to taxi. Runway turnoff lights are on. Okay. Parking brake is off. Thrust levers required. Auto brake to RTO. Good thing we didn't miss that. So the way we're going to do this, guys, we're going to come down here. We're going to click this onto the wheel page. And I've never liked how this works, but this basically, you got to get it to high. Auto brake high. Right there. Boom. You're good. So then we're going to release the parking brake and we're going to do our landing configuration test. So let's go ahead and get that parking brake released for sure. And let's do takeoff config. And as you can see, we're good to go. Cabin signs on, cabin ready, spoilers arms, flap to takeoff. You see that? Takeoff configuration is normal. So let's begin our taxi, folks. Again, welcome aboard. Let me check my seating. You guys know I'm always having a hard time when I'm in the seat. Feel like we're in an okay position. Maybe a little bit further back. Okay. All right, welcome aboard, guys. I actually did the checklist, but it still feels like I'm missing something, but that's just the way I feel sometimes, you know? Welcome aboard here, guy, to American Airlines Flight 318. We're doing this a late one tonight. We got Greenlight flying with us, so it's definitely the latest stream I've ever done here. I'll check you guys out in the chat. Alright, brakes were checked. So we're going to roll right along here. Let me fix up this other view here for you guys. There we go. I feel like this view can also be made a little better. And while we're rolling here, I'm going to just check the chat really quick. All right, we are doing good. Greenlight and I will be able to talk as much as pretty much we want here. It's pretty late night. So we're going to be entering November Charlie here. Use those toe brakes. And we're going to go to Bravo, of course. Still feel like I need to move back a little. There we go. I feel like that's a little better. There's that bad boy making our turn. All right, guys, we are cruising right along here on the taxiway. Let's give us some more juice here. Yep, we're gonna keep Bravo until we get down to Juliet, which will be merging off to the right. So this is Miami is not the easiest to taxi around. Obviously, you can see here it's not for the faint of heart, that's for sure. So we got to remember we're doing a flex takeoff here. Okay, we're going to be crossing November here, so we'll just continue on. Yep, we're going to continue on and curve around with Bravo here. Honestly, I didn't even check the flying time, but we'll give that a look here in a little bit. Alright, so I guess I could be looking to tell you guys what the flying time is. I didn't do any of that. Air Transit 1877. Would you like to depart first?
No, sir. You go ahead and depart, and I'll be right behind you.
Okay, roger that, sir. Appreciate you. Alright, guys, so just a little pilot banta. You guys like that little accent? Just cruising down Bravo here is all we're doing, guys. Don't mind us. Miami or as you were, JFK traffic. American 318 is an A350-900 currently on Bravo, taxiing runway 31 left via Bravo Juliet Zulu for immediate departure to the south for JFK traffic. I'm not anticipating anyone else to talk to us except Greenlight, although it looked like there was some chatter up in there, so we'll check the scope when we get out of here. I also probably will have to update my active sky. Perhaps I can do that now. If I can multitask here, shouldn't be an issue. Push a little on the brakes here a little bit. Okay. Let's see. Oh. All right, let me get back to my chart here so I can see what I'm doing. All right, we got a curve left and then right. We're going to be crossing a runway here. So we'll take this left, and this first right is Juliet. JFK traffic. American 318 is crossing runway 22 right on Juliet for taxi to runway 31 left. Alright guys, so you know what we got to do? We got to get those landing lights on and the strobe when we're crossing these active runways like this. Alright, so then we're going to take this to Zulu, guys. Alright, we are pretty much across that runway. Get that strobe off. Alright, it's going to taxi nice and easy. Finish this flight plan into my Navigraph. Cruising altitude 38,000 feet. Okay guys, and we should be getting a little update there on the weather. So good thing is our Airbus data caught up to us, so we're good there. Me just double check, make sure my hand isn't frozen on this thing. Okay, it's not. It got frozen once. This is the one controller that did get frozen. Okay, next one is definitely our turn here. This is going to be Zulu. So we'll make our turn kind of wide here. JFK traffic, American 318 A350-900 is entering runway 31 left for immediate departure to the south, climbing unrestricted up to flight level 3804, JFK traffic. Alright guys, so we're just going to straighten her up here and get those lights back on, strobes all the way on, landing on. And we'll go ahead and start the clock. Clock is started. Let's get the first officer side.
JFK traffic. Air Transat 1877 Heavy is crossing runway 4 left. JFK traffic.
You can see Greenlight over there. Greenlight, man, your plane looks nice. I like that model. Alright guys, here we go. Back a little bit. Like I want to come down just maybe right there. Alright, here we go guys. Look at that guy, took off. Good thing he didn't do any call outs. I'm glad I waited on that one, man. This guy just took off. I think he did it. Alright guys. Alright. Man flex SRS. Takeoff power is set. Airspeed is alive. Throwing in some right rudder there right now, guys. We got a sharp left to take once we get up to speed. Crossed 80 knots already, crossing 100 knots, cross check. I ain't gonna lie, man, this thing's riding like a Cadillac right now, guys. It reminds me of the 747 big time. Not even the 777, the 747. V1, rotate. Off the deck we go. Positive rate. Landing gear is coming up. Alright, I'm just going to fly it, follow those flight directors for now.
Very nice takeoff, sir.
Thank you much, sir. I appreciate it. Hope you have a great takeoff as well, which I know you will, sir. Alright, guys, we're going to go into the climb mode. Getting ready to reduce some flaps here in a second. Flaps are reducing. And I'm going to engage the autopilot here in a second. I'm going to try to get past this turn though. I'm really enjoying hand flying this thing, to be honest with you.
JFK traffic. Air Transit 1877 Heavy is lining up for departure on runway 31 left. JFK traffic.
Alright, guys. Flaps up and clean. Still hand flying it, guys. Just enjoying myself here. Still hand flying it. Just enjoying myself here. We are on course. Getting a little turbulence. Autopilot is engaged, folks. That was very enjoyable to fly by hand. Making that turn, I didn't think I was going to do it.
Traffic. Air Transit 1877 Heavy is taking off from runway 31 left. JFK traffic.
Alright, and the only thing I missed, guys, was my call out to say that I cleared runway. Now we're going to go ahead and climb unrestricted. So what I'm doing here, if I can ever stop dancing around this thing, I got to remember my, there we go. So anyway, it's kind of hard to do it sometimes to track IR, but we're going to climb unrestricted up. So you're going to pull this out. If you push it in, it will follow whatever VNAV profile you have set up, but we're just going to push it out. And of course, we're going to come up top. We can get those runway turn-off lights off, and we can get the taxi lights off. Taxi lights are off. And green light is off, which is a good thing. So we're getting ready to be crossing 10,000 any moment now, guys. And we can go ahead and disarm the brake there. All right, it is disarmed, and we'll get ready to do our after takeoff checklist here in a second, guys. can see we got a big turn coming up there here pretty soon. We are above 10,000 feet, so the aircraft has decided that it is time to accelerate, which I wholeheartedly agree with. Landing lights are off and clean, flaps are off and clean. Again, landing gear is up and clean. Nose lights, we did all that. Auto brake, we did all that. So that was for that one checklist. Now we're in this view. We're going to have to come up a little bit. You know what I think I did? Oh, okay, I thought I had programmed something in to tilt this down, but I don't think I did. All right, let's see. Normal procedures. Let's see. Takeoff. After takeoff, anti-ice is required. We are good there, folks. And then now into our climb. Cruise says required, anti-ice, seat belts as required, ECAM, memo, review, nav aids. So now we can come down to our ECAM, guys. Let's see, let's get this into the status page. Right there. Let's see what that entails, guys. Alright, status page here. Everything is normal. No smoking and seatbelts are armed. Ignitions again are on to the normal. Both engines are up and running. We are on TAR rate. Let's go down here now and we won't mess with any floodlights. Let's see, pedestal flood. And guys, I'm a little bit further back. See, the seat is right here, but I feel like I was sitting too close before, so that's what you're seeing there. So let's come right on over here, guys, and announce the climb that we're still in.
Ladies and gentlemen, our aircraft continues to climb. We would like to remind you that all flights of our airline are non-smoking.
And of course, let's get on that flight plan and keep an eye on that. We're not quite at 18,000 feet yet, so we didn't get any really scenic views, guys, because I was enjoying flying it, so sorry about that, but I was being a little bit selfish there. You check you guys out in the chat. Chat is looking good, guys. So here we are on this American Airlines flight 318, full service nonstop from John F. Kennedy down into Miami. Total flying time today is 2 hours and 34 minutes from the time our wheels took off or departed the pavement. And if I'm being honest here, I'll give you guys what the weather is looking like. I don't think there's anything significant. There is just a little bit of weather nowhere around us, really. Nothing at all. Winds aloft are pretty much the same. So let me show you guys here. There's no significant weather. There's the winds, that jet stream coming out of the west pushing us, which is pretty standard. So we'll have some winds off of our right side of our aircraft as we get down into the Miami area. Things look to be pretty copacetic. Everything is looking clear. Here's our alternate here, right here. Cool thing about this, you can click on these points and you can see that's Orlando International, so on and so forth. You can even click on these points and see what part of the flight plan that is. So that kind of comes in handy as you're en route, of course. Let's get that guy out of there. Just wanted to share that with you guys. So we're going to be getting some music on here really quick. Again, guys, we are just passing standard, so let's put that into the standard altimeter. Now we can do that checklist. Alright, that is done. Cruise, anti-ice is required, seatbelts is required. We saw the memo, the nav aids are on there. We have the optimum max altitude, of course. That checklist is complete. Again, we're at a bit of a disadvantage. We got to come under to hit some of this stuff just because of the throttles. And then we'll get into our cruise. And then an alternate cruise on FMS. ECAM memo, of course, going to be status ECAM, system pages review. So we'll cycle through the pages during our cruise and just do a health report of the aircraft. And yeah, guys, aircraft is doing good. Probably sometime during this flight, I will absolutely go in the back. And I'm just getting the first officer side a little further out. But sometime during this flight, I will go in the back and absolutely do a walk around the aircraft again. You can see she's performing quite nicely. No alarms or alerts. And yeah, I felt as if something was wrong or I was missing something, but that's where that checklist really helps. Right now, guys, we're basically flying right into the jet stream. That's why we have a direct headwind because of our turn. So you can see there we turn a little bit more south here at SWL. And the top of our climb should be happening here in about 80 nautical miles. Talk to Greenlight here in a second and we'll get some information about his flight. Let me just check the VATSIM scope and make sure we're good to do that. We have a few aircraft around us, so we got one guy that just departed JFK who's heading overseas. But we'll wait to get a little bit away from everybody else so that our transmissions aren't intersecting theirs when we talk on the radio. Transit 1877. What altitude will we be cruising at today, sir? And it will be appropriate for us to talk every now and then just because we are doing a flight with the same flight path more than likely. Roger that, Air Transit 1877. I was just curious as to what flight level that you had filed for your flight there, sir.
I filed for flight level 400. Okay,
roger that. And we'll be going up to flight level 380 here, which I'm pretty sure, but I'll just say it anyway. So this spacing and the altitudes will work out just for this flight.
Well, we got plenty of space and we're okay.
Roger that, and the weather looks pretty good heading all the way down, so hopefully it'll be a smooth flight. Alright guys, so we are cruising right along, and I can go ahead and get those flight controls off now for you. There we go. I gotta remember to get that on. Gotta remember to get that on. The reason why I'm stuttering here, I was looking at myself and it looked like there was some green casting behind me. It's really from the black that I'm wearing in the shirt. Anyway, be good enough. It's good enough for government work. That's what we used to say in the military. So, all right, guys. So this is a later night flight. So let's go ahead and get music on now. me know how the volumes work out for you. We should be just fine. All right, so let's go out and do, we're still climbing, but we have not done an official flyby, guys. What is wrong with us today? Nice. She is looking, as you know I like to say, official, guys. For anybody just joining the stream, welcome aboard. We are in an Airbus A350-900XWB, flying with our boy Greenlight. Destination is Miami. Origin is JFK. We just took up out of there. I really enjoyed flying this by hand on the departure until we made our first initial turn. And we're doing pretty good. It hasn't been too long since I've had this bad boy up, but it's just wonderful that I'm able to get it up and running after not having flown it for a little bit. It's that easy, guys. It's not a big scary creature to fly, that's for sure. And I feel like you know, this thing lands really well. It's really easy to control with this fly-by-wire. So if you have this aircraft, or you're thinking about getting this aircraft, I should say, I definitely give it a thumbs up. Especially because they did add the feature to the SIDS and stars. Now, one thing that we did encounter upon getting our flight all situated was the fact that our altitudes and all that did not show up until we started the engines. So all of the information on your waypoints, although it was shown in the actual speed restrictions and the altitude restrictions of each waypoint, it was not reflected here until I got the aircraft engine started. So just know that that is something that may happen to you, but I mean, it does work, so I'm cool with that, because you are going to rely on this to do your top of descent, and then we'll be, of course, reviewing things within this wonderful glass FMC that we have here during the flight. And there we go. So they did a pretty good job with that, guys. We are in the standard altimeter. We've done most of our checklist. The only thing that we'll be waiting to do is to do our cruise checklist once we get there. You can see that our profile here looks good to get us up to flight level 380. So it's a nice lighter pitch because we're higher. You can see we're only pitched for about between 900 to 1,000 on the vertical speed pitched up. We do have flight level 380 selected in our MCP, which is also reflected on our primary flight display as our target altitude that we are climbing to. And aircraft gives you plenty of information here on this glass primary flight display. Right now we are doing Mach 0.869, so we are cooking right along, guys. And our ground speed right now is 397 with a true airspeed of 500, and we've got those winds out of the west, or southwest I should say, south, it's more like southeast, or no, yeah, southwest, as you were southwest at 104 knots, so that's pretty significant. Air is thinner up here though, so not as impactful. And so far we've been in the air for about 20 minutes and 56 seconds. So you can see this indicator here is our top of climb. So after that we will definitely monitor to see when we can calculate our top of descent. And the weather is on. I'm just kind of showing you guys around this aircraft some of the avionics here. Here you go, you have another artificial horizon here with altimeter. Here in the actual aircraft are the commands that the pilots can use. This is the mouse scroll wheel here, even though we could just use our mouse on here, obviously. And this gets into the other quick buttons, like so I could push these and it would come up and change up here too. So but it's just easier for me to use the mouse wheel type situation. So that's what that is. Same thing over here. And believe it or not, if you watch the real aircraft on YouTube, you'll see that the actual even design to the seat covers is the same as it is in real life. So that's pretty awesome how they modeled that, guys. So once we get up to cruise, like I said, this is a late night flight. Not expecting a whole lot of activity in the chat, but we most certainly, and just to give you guys an idea of how little traffic is on VATSIM, okay, here we are. This is Greenlight here, and this is me, and you can see the eastern seaboard is pretty much clear of aircraft. Nothing directly. It's even this guy here on this Frontier flight is heading. Looks like he's heading. Where's he going? It's to Cleveland. This person here is heading to KECP somewhere. I don't know where that's at, but they're in the United Airlines flight. So as it stands now, the eastern seaboard is our oyster for Greenlight and I for this late night stream, guys, here on the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. So if you guys haven't, please smash the like button and subscribe if you haven't, and share it out if you feel so inclined in these late night hours. It's late for everybody. I, of course, will be taking breaks, guys, during this flight from the cockpit. Again, the whole goal here is to ensure that we keep our aircraft in a good cruise state, monitor it, and check back in. Aircraft will be leveling off, and we'll give them the sign there, or the indicator here. And this is a little bit of the radar stuff going on here. Let's see what we got going on the back. Man, it's funny. It seems like every time I do this flight, the same dude is standing back there. So go figure. I'm just kidding, man. It's pretty cool though how they did put some video of some random dude just standing back there. You know, it's kind of a creepy camera. During the flight, we'll do a couple of health reports on the aircraft. Okay, guys, we have achieved our cruising altitude, so let's go over here. Now we can also come down here and select this on the cruise. And once you put that on the cruise, guys, it'll give you a few different things on your readouts. It gives you information still on your engines here, guys. It gives you the fuel flow, and it gives you current block fuel and some your delta P, which is your pressurization for the aircraft. And of course, you got your data at the bottom here. So far, flight time is 24 minutes, and here's the current UTC, and here's some temperatures and information in your gross weight center of gravity, and the fuel currently on board. So we're going to keep that on that cruise profile, and then of course let's go down here and see now if we can calculate when our top of descent is. Let's see, monitor. This is giving us the IRSs and their current GPS, so that's not it. Okay, under report. So nothing here yet. Let me go back to the perf. So here's the cruise. These are still our V speeds. We get in a cruise here. I'm not quite sure. I know at some point it is going to give us our top of descent. I just can't remember. Some of them, the top of descent doesn't show up actually until you're getting closer to those waypoints, so that may be the issue too. Okay, so it's got us getting to Miami at 1940. So you can see that's still a little bit over 2 hours, according to this. And here's our nautical miles in there. Yeah, so we're not going to worry about it. We know we got quite a bit to top of descent. Fuel load, da-da-da. It's not on the ending page. It won't be on the fuel and load page. I feel like it did tell me before, so that's the only reason I'm going a little bit extra hard before we take our break, so we can have an idea. It's definitely not here. I feel as if it was here somewhere. Holding speed. Now, one area we can check is down on our secondary, or actually tertiary. We can come here and see if it'll. Okay, so we're gonna get it right here. But see, this one is on the perf for the cruise phase, like I said it was. So, top of descent's at 1908. So that's where it's at. So 1908, that gives us quite a bit to go. 1720, 87, 1927. So that's 2 hours. So that's an hour and 40 minutes until top of descent, roughly. So we got some time, guys. But remember, the top of descent is 1908 in here. So whatever that means for you, it's at least an hour, I would say at 20 minutes to be on the safe side. If you want to check back in, if you want to take a break, I completely understand here on this late night flight. I myself too am going to be taking breaks from the cockpit. And let me just check where Greenlight's at, and I'll just go ahead and tell them. I'll just text it to him. He is TSC1877. Alright, just let him know I'm going to step away for a few minutes, good sir. So whatever I type, usually you guys will be able to see up here. This is the VATSIM interface. Let's go out though and still look at this aircraft in all shock and awe. He says no problem. So she's cruising nicely. that she is. Get you guys a nice little view here. There's kind of not much to look at that way, so we can kind of give it this one. I thought I had put some other features in here where I could do something different with tilting this, but the view, that is, my other setup, I got a button set up. Here I don't. So, any rate, guys, let's let the folks know here that there'll be some drink service happening.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, the flight attendants will be...
And let me check you guys out in the chat one more time. Looks all to be calm. We'll be taking a little break on this late night flight, so I'll see you guys back here in a few.
And prepare your holding trees.
guys, just back here checking in, and going to be a lot of disappearing acts tonight, since this is a pretty low-key stream tonight. We just want to get her in there. Hope everybody's resting well and taking it easy on this Saturday night / Sunday morning. Perhaps next time we walk away, we'll do a little view from the wing, since we have the East Coast right off our right wing, and we got the water off our left side, so that's not going to be too entertaining. Yeah, that's a pretty nice view there, guys. Alright, if you guys are just checking in, we are flying on a direct non-stop flight from John F. Kennedy Airport in New York all the way down to Miami International in this A350-900XWB. And we, of course, have our boy with Air Trans trailing us, Greenlight. He is in a A330, I believe. And he as well is making his run down to Miami with us. So again, as always, we appreciate Greenlight on board, of course. Kind of enjoyable to do this stream where we know we're just cruising, getting a kind of a longer, nice little flight out of the way. Let me continue to check and see what other settings I have in here. Let's see. We've got that. Let's see what this one is. Okay, that one is another down. I've got settings in here and I don't even know them. I'm just looking at all my camera views.
Able to find view ID 11.
Thought I had one at a different position in the back.
Unable to find view ID 11.
So we may establish a position in the back so we can do the plane walkthrough. All right. So that's what we're going to do, guys. We'll do it from this one. So we'll show you how to add a quick view in X-Plane with using X camera. Boom, so this is the camera. We're going to add a view,
Category Cockpit.
and we're going to call this one 11. And actually, you know what? Let us delete that one, per se. Let me make sure we still got the ones we needed. Okay, cool. And there's a reason why I didn't want that one. I want to pick another one from the back, do the walk around, just because it should already be like eye level, where I don't have to do too much. So we'll add it here.
Added camera 14 to category.
And we'll take the
Cockpit.
track IR off, and we'll make this view 11. Now that we did that with this view, we can go ahead and walk around the cabin, back from one of the seats. I don't know why it tends to rise up a little bit, but it does. So as you guys can see here, this aircraft is modeled pretty well on the inside as far as the cabin is concerned. I'm really impressed. It's one of the better ones on these larger aircrafts, of course. The Boeing 747 from SSG wasn't too bad either. What do you think, guys? Should we hang out right here by the bar? In this view anyway? There we go. Stay thirsty, my friends. And yeah, we are just taking her easy. Let's see where else we can get ourselves in trouble over here. Maybe we'll hang out by this couch piece over here. In some little coastline over there. We should probably hang out on the other side. So we'll save this view here from this little couch area. Just kicking it. And yeah, guys, we can go back to a window view if we would like. Or we can just come actually to this other side here. You guys are just joining the stream here. We are steadily cruising along here on this A350-900XWB down to Miami from JFK on a little late night stream. When you love flight simulation, there is no time limit. Until your wife says there is, of course. Then there's definitely a time limit. Good thing I got a cool wife. So there's a little view for us. Little outside view there. So that can be one of our views as well for now for this long flight. Let's go up and just really quick double check what we got going on here. And if you recall, if we go down to the bottom here, which I should just leave it here for now. We got about 523 nautical miles until our top of descent, of course, into the Miami area. We are expecting runway 9. So everything here is looking good, guys. And we'll go back to this view here for now. So we got a ways to go. Definitely over an hour until top of descent, guys. So we're just cruising right along here on this late night stream, guys. We got our boy Greenlight kicking it behind us. And no ATC in sight for now, guys. One thing I do want to double check, which you should also be double checking it too, is what the fuel is going to be once we get down there into Miami. We want to make sure what we have on board. So we'll still have estimated fuel on board at destination. We're still supposed to have about 9 tons. Minimum fuel at destination should be 5.6 tons, and we're estimated fuel on board when we get there still 9 tons of fuel. I don't know exactly what that equates in kilograms, but it sounds good to me. Takeoff weight was 205.3 tons. Landing weight is 197.7. This might have worked too if I would have put these numbers in, so let me see if that even makes a difference. I think what's done is done now, but I should have put these numbers in too, I believe, on the fuel, which I didn't. 0 fuel weight block and 0 fuel weight center of gravity. But we know we overfueled the aircraft. Look at that. We still got, 17,100 and whatever kilograms on there, so we're good to go on that, man. For sure. Back over here we go. Gary George, how are you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. And Gary George says, we're a little late to be heading to Miami for the carnival. All the main activities are over. And Greenlight Auto Broker says, Gary George, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Thanks for joining us on this flight here. I also, to Greenlight, I need to make you a moderator, which I think I will. All right, Greenlight, I made you a moderator on here as well on the channel. So we're cruising right along here, guys. Not a whole lot happening here. We'll be checking back in with you guys here in a few minutes. Let's go ahead and double check and see what the time is here. See, 17:56. Now, of course, this is in the sim UTC. And we got top of descent now, currently at 1912. So that's about roughly an hour and 12 minutes. Yes, Greenlight, I made you a moderator. Correct. There we go. Just for now, Greenlight, I see you being active in the chat, so I figured, might as well give you that little activity piece so that you can moderate the chop. Anytime, Greenlight, man. Like I said, I appreciate you flying on board and also making comments in the chat, brother. So it only makes sense to me. All right, guys. So you can see here on the flight plan, we are direct to DIW. See if we can increase the range there. So you guys can see here, it gets jumbled up. That's because we're over 480 nautical miles out. And you can see 480 right here, or at least roundabout, is right where our top of descent is going to be happening. So So we'll just kind of leave that there for now. And yeah, get you guys into the back seat, or not the back seat, but here, this view. Gary George is asking, do you travel a lot in real life? And Greenlight definitely says yes, sir. And I do a little bit of traveling myself too, Gary George, just for my company. A lot of it's kind of regional though for me. It's not really a whole lot of air travel to and from across the other side of the country. It's kind of in this area here in which I live in. How about you, Gary George? Do you travel a lot? And what part of the world are you from, good sir? Let us know here. We appreciate you checking out the stream, and I hope you're entertained. This is a late night one here, so we're just doing this one really leisurely and cavalier tonight. Suppose we could go ahead and throw in another little flyby there, guys. Smoking, baby. Gary George says that he is from the Caribbean. COVID has clamped most businesses and leisure travel for me. I can hear that, Gary. Well, thanks for giving us your location all the way from the Caribbean. We surely do appreciate you. Hopefully things are looking up for you, Gary, or will start to look better for you in your neck of the woods, and for us all, really. COVID, I tell you, has really had an impact on many lives here, and we just could hope that this thing can kind of taper off and everyone stay safe and continue to do the right thing so that we can all kind of exist in an environment where we're using best practices. It's a pretty nice view here off to this right side of the aircraft. Greenlight Auto Brokers is asking Gary George what part of the Caribbean he is from. Greenlight and I have talked extensively before about interest in the Caribbean. It is a nice little area. This part of the world, of course. Several different islands over there, so I'm as well interested to know what part of the Caribbean Gary George is from. Gary George says he's from the Dominican Republic. Outstanding, Gary George. Well, all the way from the Dominican Republic. That's not to be mistaken. Not to be mistaken with the Dominican Republic. Got you. So he's from Dominica. Got you. I sure was saying Dominican Republic. So let's see where Dominica is at. My own personal information. The Commonwealth of Dominica. Okay, island country of the Caribbean. The capital is Rosario, located on the west side of the island. Very interesting. Greenlight says it's a smaller island in the chain. Gotcha. All right, perfect. Who knew I was going to be getting a late night geography lesson here? But we get to learning in however we can, guys. It's a small island smack dab in the middle of the Caribbean. There you go. Well, hey, looks like they got some good internet there, so Caribbean is keeping it on fire, baby. Again, welcome to the stream, Gary, and thanks for your comments in the chat. For anybody else watching this video live or post stream, I appreciate you. Please like, subscribe, and hopefully you'll be able to share it out and a couple of your social media platforms. Just trying to grow the channel here a little bit here at the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. So good looking out for everybody joining us. And of course, I got my boy Greenlight. He is flying, trailing us in his A330 all the way down to Miami from our origin of John F. Kennedy in New York. We're pretty much at this point, and as far as the VATSIM network is concerned, have the Eastern Seaboard locked in anyway from Raleigh-Durham, anyway, all the way down to Miami. This guy's going to DC, so we'll probably cross paths. So he's coming up here. Hopefully he'll fly a little bit more inward on the land mass, that is. So you guys can see we've been doing pretty good. I wouldn't quite call it halfway through the flight, but we have definitely been making some headway. The flight was about 1,000 nautical miles or 800 nautical miles or something like that, so I'll tell you what it was here in a minute. Scrolling through a few things here, doing some checks on the old Navigraph here for our approach. Gary George says in December, American Airlines are starting a direct flight from Miami to the island. He says he can't wait. Greenlight says that's really cool. What airlines come there now? Pull up this weather in Miami and see what we're talking about here. Still, it should hopefully be the same. Still calm and clear, 10 miles of visibility. Altimeter there is 299.3. The temperature is 24 degrees Celsius. VFR condition, guys, so hopefully it stays that way, which I anticipate it will based off of the weather forecast. Gary George says mainly turboprop planes, ATRs, Dash 8s, and Saabs from Silver Airways, Seaborne, Liat, Air Antilles, which is a French airlines. Got you. Outstanding. Greenlight Auto Brokers is asking to Gary George, of course, how big is your airport runway length? Trying to probably ascertain what size aircraft can land there based off of runway length. Alright guys, 420, we're rolling it in, that UTC 1910. You can see there roughly in 1 hour and 2 minutes we will be descending. So we are doing good, guys. Once again, I'm going to Step away from the cockpit now just to grab a little snack, guys. I'll be back with you guys in a minute. In the meantime, enjoy this flight. We'll keep it on the right side of the aircraft. Everything is calm. And we're cruising right along. About an hour and 2 minutes till top of descent. Greenlight says maybe I'll do a flight to your home country airport. Yeah, that'd be something there. Make that happen, guys. So we're flowing right along, and I will be back with you shortly. Again, thanks for joining. Welcome aboard on this flight, American Airlines 318 service from JFK down to Miami. Doing it, burning the midnight oil here, guys, literally, and past that. I'll be back with you guys here shortly, and until then, you guys hold the cockpit down and continue to chat away, and I'll check you guys out here shortly. Alright guys, checking back in with you. Still in the process of kind of stuffing my face here, but I figured I better check in, see how things are going, show my face. Got a lot of banter and wonderful chat going on between Gary George and Greenlight. Good to see that. Gary George says Amerijet used to land there, but after our last major hurricane, Cat 5, they stopped the weekly stops. A risk assessment, maybe, they probably said. It's kind of risky to fly into there, so pretty sure Greenlight and myself might do a flight up into there at some point. Greenlight seems pretty interested. Greenlight says, wow, Gary, I see what you're talking about the airport. I only see you only have 2 approaches. So if you guys just catch up in the chat, we've got Gary George in the chat talking about where he lives in Dominica, that pretty soon in December American Airlines was going to start starting some flights there, and because there's such a small venue or small location, if you will, they don't have a lot of air traffic into there. Greenlight says you can't take off on 27 nor land on 9, lol. Curious to look at that chart. Runway is 57 feet in length, so that's pretty much like a general aviation style runway there. Let's see, I'm gonna actually see if I can put this up. TDPD is the code there. See my active sky. I'm gonna pull this information up in here in Dominica and take a look at it. Very limited runway. This is the field that they're talking about in the chat if you guys are paying attention there. So this is the Tango Delta and Pod Delta for the ICAO here for Dominica, and this is the airport they're referencing in the chat here. And this is what Greenlight was saying: takeoff runway 27 is prohibited and landing on runway 9 at night is prohibited. So it's a very limited runway. I'm assuming there's a lot of obstacles or terrain issues or something with visuals for the fact that landing on 9 at night is prohibited for whatever reason. Turbulence may occur on approach to runway 9, that's why. Interesting. And as Greenlight was saying, they only have the 2 approaches. One is an RNAV, which is the more precision approach, if you will, not precision approach. Well, ILS is the only precision approach, so let me retract that. But an RNAV is a GPS approach, which is, you know, pretty decent, obviously. And then you got your NDB runway, so you'll be using a non-directional beacon signal and tuning in that navigation equipment. You can see the NDBs right here. Interesting. And yeah, and it's Greenlight also says, and no VFR between sunset and sunrise. There's a lot of rules here. No wonder it's hard for any carrier to really get in there. But it's, you know, it's all for reasonable rules, obviously, for safety, and so the aircraft can operate safely in there, getting everybody in and out. There are no stars. There is one SID. So this would be a departure from the field. So you got 1 and 2 FOF-VOR, so they got basically 2 transitions here. You've got point A, and then you also have the Martinique. Very interesting. I would imagine normally when pre-COVID tourism was probably high here as well. I wonder what type of beaches they have here. Probably your standard beautiful Caribbean beaches, I'm assuming. Gary George says there's currently night landing as they upgraded the lights, but we see a lot of flights circling and back to their origin on their alternate airport till the next morning. Got you. So it must be one of those things where, you know, the approaches get so unstable due to the environmental conditions or visibility that they can't even land. They usually go to their alternate airport or come back in the morning. So man, that Greenlight, that sounds like quite the challenging airport to fly into, making it more enticing to us, of course, for the challenge. And just a quick question, Gary George, do you fly in real life at all, or are you just a sim pilot, or both? That's a quick question. Just trying to learn the audience here a little bit. All right, guys, let's take a quick peek. All right, look at that. We've really reeled it in. Only 250 nautical more miles to go until our top of descent. And let's see what that looks like. Yep, so right at 240, guys. We're knocking it down. We're not taking any names or prisoners. So here in a second, I'm going to finish kind of riding that window view until I finish I made myself some sandwiches. And Sam Castle 40 says, good morning, Captain Sanchez. And I would say a nice good morning to you too as well, Captain Sam Castle 40. Thanks for joining the stream. I hope you're doing well here. We're just cruising from JFK all the way down to Miami, and we've got about 240 nautical miles until we start our top of descent. We have Greenlight here that is trailing us in an A330. I'll show you the scope. And Sam Castle says you're doing a red eye. Yes, sir. This is the first red eye we've done on the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. So figured we got to get it in. My father's mother, my Nana, she passed away, and I won't be streaming as much this week, so I intend on streaming probably later on today, which will be Sunday, and maybe another one again on Monday. So we'll see how this flight goes. Hopefully it's a red eye, and hopefully I still have my eye open on landing. I'm not sleeping. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, guys, so thanks for hanging out here on this late night flight. Definitely a good idea for any insomniacs to check out. We'll keep you entertained. Gary George says, I used to attend Aerosim Flight Academy, Formula Delta Academy, which they changed their name again in Sanford, Orlando, Florida, where I got my private pilot license, then dropped off. Well, that's good to know, Gary George. Appreciate you sharing that. It's good to at least know you at least got your private pilot license, which I do not, of course. I'm just a sim pilot, so it's always good to know kind of like what level of what skill sets we have out there. Gary George says, sorry to hear about your grandmother. Oh, I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Beautiful lady. She lived to 90. Was blessed to have her. Into my 4th decade of life for myself, so had her around, you know, more than some have had their grandparents around, so that's a blessing. And you know, she's in a better place now. It's a cycle of life. So, but I appreciate you for saying that, and we have dedicated this flight to her, so we better get a decent landing, of course, in order for that dedication to stand. Otherwise I have to dedicate another flight to her one that I land well. So hopefully we get a Hopefully we get a decent landing here. It looks like everything in Miami is calm for landing, so we're going to be taking runway 9, which is the longest landing real estate, if you will, for this A350XWB. Do that weather update. Guys, let's get a little flyby or something going on here before I take myself off camera to finish these sandwiches. There we go. Just keeping the coast very far off now from where we're at. So let's get a little look here. Where we're located, and Greenlight's asking Gary George, do you still fly? Are you going to continue for your IFR rating? All right, there we go. Got her in there, and here we are here. So you can see why we can't really see the coast right now, because we're just in this little curved area here where it puts the coast a little bit further away from us. And then, of course, we are still traveling southwest into the Miami area here, which everything looks calm. And we might get some little light clouds here if we do happen to pass, just skim it, depending on what the flight path has us take. And that's what we're doing. And obviously learning about Dominica. All right, guys. Cruising right along. Here in a little while, we will go ahead and double check to see if our FMC matches up with our flight plan. And Gary George says, unfortunately, no, came back home to run the family business. Only flying I do is from the laptop on my spare time. Hey, you know what? Life happens, and you got to put your responsibilities in front of your wants. Take care of the needs. That's completely understandable, Gary George. And of course, you know, Greenlight of all people is going to understand as well. So, yep, let's go up and let's take a quick peek around here and see what's going on. See if we need to give the old passengers any more announcements here. Let's go down to a better view of our interface here and take a look at these cab announcements. And I don't think there's anything else we need to talk about there. Greenlight's asking Gary, what type of business does your family have? And Gary George is saying, and he's adding to his previous comment before he answers Greenlight here. Plus, there aren't any airplane rentals here on the island, which makes sense, yeah, because you got your private pilot license, like Greenlight, you're definitely going to want to have access to renting aircraft so you can fly them. That makes complete sense. Just double checking, I don't have any charts in there. Put that on that. Alright, guys. So I'm going to finish eating these last two sandwiches super quick, and then we're going to run through our arrival in conjunction with what's in our FMC. Gary George says we do real estate and car rentals. That's why I'm always at the airport angry and the cancel flights due to bad weather. Oh, I get it, right. Flights don't come in. Your customers aren't coming in to rent those cars. Hey, I appreciate your Greenlight. Please listen to the recommendation of Greenlight. Smash that like button and subscribe for more great content here. And as the trend is going, you won't see just me on here as well. You also have a boy Greenlight flying along, which he is now, trailing us in an A330. And sometimes we even get the pleasure of landing with enough space where we can get him to we can get them on camera coming in. So I hope that's the deal today. And as we get closer, we'll coordinate the approach and arrival, and we are going to be arriving at gate Echo 11 Alpha today, guys, here on this flight non-stop from JFK down to Miami International. Well, Gary George, you know, from Greenlight and myself, we wish you the best and much success for your family business. As we all know, COVID has impacted, you know, several business operations and opportunities that were there prior to COVID. I know that all too well. I'm a business owner as well, and we had some things lined up that were we were very hopeful for a great outcome for our business, and then COVID hit, and that changed that. And so we never kind of got to go down that avenue. I'm involved, really, my wife and I own our own business, and then I'm a vice president of many things, if you will, of my good friend and business partner's business, where we teach defensive tactics and firearms training. So guys, all we can do, you know, like the old adage goes, you know, what doesn't kill us only makes us stronger during these COVID times. So if we want it, we just, you know, champion our best effort to keep going to get it, and hopefully luck and blessings fall in our favor for our businesses and our financial solvencies in our lives. So that's all we can ask for and hope for, actually, and pray for. So yeah, I wish anybody that has taken the leap of faith to have their own business, and then, you know, obviously with that, especially when you're starting off small, you are more vertically integrated through your own means than, you know, you would like to be, just because you have to do a lot of things, you know, to cut operating costs and things of that nature down. So that's why I say my heart goes out to those that took the risk to start their businesses and are actually, you know, executing that dream by having their business and doing their best to create whatever pipeline or stream of ongoing revenue for that organization. Obviously, that comes by way of some type of pipeline, whether it's customers or B2B, you know, innovating that way. So I wish everybody the best of luck, and I hope it all works out, man. I'll tell you that. You know, at the end of the day, all we can say when it's all said and done is, hey, however the business turns out, or whatever we're trying to do really in life, I just always say nothing hurts to try but it fails. So, you know, just give it a go. And my 2 cents here in the middle of the night or early morning, depending on where you're at in the world. Again, guys, thanks for riding along with us here on this flight. You know, these flights are always A to B. No matter how many legs you're doing, it's always A to B until you get there, and then you have another leg, and then it becomes another A to B. So we try to keep it as interesting as possible on these flights. We obviously had a good chunk of time here between our origin and our destination. So again, guys, thanks for our awesome chat. You know, thanks to my boy Greenlight for continuing to engage with the chat. So that definitely makes these flights go a lot quicker when there's an active chat, where we can kind of talk about not just flight sim, but anything that's really affecting us in life, or anything that really we feel some type of way about, you know. Of course, we ask anybody joining the channel or watching the channel that you keep the comments respectful and purposeful, and just remember, we're here to have fun and to lift each other up and not tear each other down. So that's pretty much what I see for the most part in chat on most of my fellow content creators, flight sim streams. Gary George says, here's an idea. I don't know if it's done already, just how they rain ambient sounds on YouTube to help person sleep. How about do one with airplane cabin noise? Say that's a good idea, like an ASMR, Gary George, for people to turn that on and sleep. that's a good idea, actually. You know, it's a great idea. So, yeah, guys, let's check our top of descent. As promised, I'm gonna finish up my sandwich here. That's looking at me, wondering if I'm still gonna eat it. Yeah, it's really quick. Only 142 nautical miles to go here, guys, for top of descent. And then we will be bringing our Airbus A350, of course, all the way back in. So, yeah, Greenlight says that is a good idea. That is truly for Av Geek, LOL, he says. All right, guys, so I'm going to finish my sandwich. I'll be back here really shortly on camera. Like I said, I just don't want you guys to see the mayhem that's happening here when I'm consuming that thing. So I'll check you guys out here really quick, and then we'll get this descent started here into Miami. All right, the business of eating fine late night, early morning sandwiches is complete. And we will be bringing it in soon. Let's go ahead and start getting ourselves where we should be here. All right. Got about 92 nautical miles to the top of our descent. So let's go ahead and run through. You can see top of descent is calculated right here. So let's go ahead and start reviewing our chart for the selfish one. All right, just reviewing the chart here. You know what we always got to do. First thing is seeking at 280 knots, flight level 220. So here we are. You can see anything here with this magenta star. That's going to indicate some type of requirement that we have to meet on the arrival, specifically, other than staying obviously laterally orientated on the flight path then. So 280, it's got us here at flight level 225, which is fine. Then GILD, the only prerequisite is above 17,000, which we are, and it's going to be at 280. Then at selfish, below 16,000, or at 16,000 or below, so it's planning to be here at 16,000 at 280. And of course, continuing on to Calle, 250, between 15 and 14,000, so we're there. As you can see, it's at 14,360, so that meets that prerequisite, and also at 250, so that's good. And let's get a little bit more. Okay. After Calle, it's finned above 11,000, which we are. Keeping that speed at 250. And then after finned, the only other prerequisite should be at Romani. So let's find that. Yep, Romani is supposed to be actually above 8,000. That's close enough. 780-60. It's good enough for me at this point. And Madonna is at 6,000, so there you go. That looks good. And then of course it gets to one more waypoint, which is Capone, which is at 4,000, and we should, after that, depart that at heading of 273. And then of course here's Grit. We'll end up going Grit, of course. We can't get rid of the discontinuity until I decide to fly that course until we get through our initial approach fixes, and we're reviewing that. So 4,000 is pretty much the where we need to be in terms of our bottom altitude for our star. So we're going to set this for 4,000, and we'll be pushing it in once we get closer to our top of descent. Let's get this guy over here figured out, and let's get this view. And let's see, before descent, once we get it to about the 40 nautical miles, we'll go ahead and let them know before descent what to expect. So the good thing about this, the ILS is going to be basically put into the auto, well, the information is automatically entered in automatically, and I know I said automatically quite a bit. Anyway, the information is automatically put in once you land the runway. This aircraft stores that when the database is always updated. Within this aircraft, all that information is already put in there. So the good thing about the pilots is they don't have to input it, although you do have to double check it just to make sure there are no errors in the information, such as we're doing. So our descent will be coming up shortly, guys, here. So let's actually get ready to notify the folks in the back.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we start our descent, please make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright position. Make sure your seat
Could perhaps have been a little bit premature.
carry-on luggage is stowed underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead bins. Please turn off the electronic devices until we are safely parked at the gate. We hope that you found our flight enjoyable. We would like to remind you that cushions and blankets are...
And this actually may be that cloud cover. That little bit of cloud cover that I was talking about in our flight plan. Let's see, we're direct array. I'll tell you right now if that's it. Roughly speaking. All right, so after Jure, our next official action item here is our top of descent. So we'll be getting to that really soon here, guys. And then what you guys want to see is us getting on the ground safely, or at least that's what I want to see. That is getting ready to happen here shortly, guys. So the cruise stage of this flight is getting ready to come to an end here shortly. Let's get over to the first officer side and take a look. Can't quite gather the coast yet from this view just because we got some cloud coverage, but I see the coast off here in the distance. And you can see here there's some definite precipitation on the windshield, so we definitely need to get our icing all on. The auto mode for icing. So we'll make sure all that icing is on there and everything else is good to go. So we'll monitor our window, so we eventually should be getting this off of here with our icing situation. Let me make sure I turned it all on. On. Yeah, that has to do with our pressurization there, so we're good there. Alright, so once they, hopefully these, because you can see that precipitation obviously built up on this windshield. So hopefully that'll disappear once the anti-ice has a chance to work. Alright, about 23 nautical miles to go now. We don't need to keep referencing that, so we're just going to get this back up into the view as it's supposed to be. And we are going to be descending here down shortly on the Selfish 1 arrival. We'll be departing flight level 380 here shortly, in about 20 nautical miles now, as it were. And just on quick glance, there's one aircraft now, an A330, that's arriving well before we are into the field. There's 4 departures and 5 arrivals, so we'll see what that looks like. Alright guys, we are reeling it in. I think it's about time we can get the music off. music is off. It's getting ready time to go to work here. We're going to be looking at the weather and generally preparing our arrival into the Miami area, guys. Flying time right now is we are at 2 hours and 2 minutes, so it's about right. It's about a 2 hour and 30-minute flight, and you can see here on our descent profile, we are getting ready to start down here shortly. So what I like to do to get the descent as close as possible is I'll bring this back to about the 20, and as soon as our nose is basically right on it, actually we can even bring it back to the 10 to get more efficient. You can see that's reeling itself right in. Now this aircraft will not descend down by itself. You still have to get, this is basically just your vertical, or I'm sorry, this is just basically your visual representation of where that top of descent should start, but you still have to push it in here. Alright, and I think I'm just going to do it right now. And I wanted to push it in and from this thing because literally if you pull, if it's in a certain orientation, it's actually pulling it out and it'll just descend by itself down there. Miami traffic, American 318 is an Airbus 350-900 is out of flight level 380 descending via the Selfish One, expecting full stop runway 9 for Miami traffic. Alright guys, so we have officially started our descent to the Miami area. Now it's time to notify the passengers, as if they can't feel it. Alright, so we've got that going. Of course, we also need to double check our checklist. So cruise was all good. Go back to normal procedures. We should have done descent preparation. We did obtain the weather. And we didn't preset it, but we did look at that altimeter. Once again, I'll let you know what the altimeter is. The altimeter is 29903, so not much. Memos are good. Approach data insert. So the approach data, where you insert that is, you can come right into the performance and go into your approach, and we can get the outside air temperature there right now in Miami is 24 degrees Celsius. And let's see here. Again, visibility is 10 miles, so there is no wind to report, but the QNH is going to be 29903. And for our approach, ILS 9. Decision height in bold is 207. So we'll put that in our radio. 207 feet, guys. Airport elevation is 9, so that'll be our minimums. And the landing runway, again, which is the largest runway there, is 13,016 feet, so more than enough runway to land. And I believe we could do this in configuration 3. We got more than enough runway to land with configuration 3, which should hopefully give us a better rollout there. So, and the wind direction is, you know, we're just going to enter it. Right now there's no wind direction. And just for this to have a value, we're going to put that in. So there's no headwind and no cross, basically, is what we're telling the aircraft right now. This gives us a VREF of 146, and with the V approach of 146. Actually, the VREF technically, or with landing wheels touching, is going to be 141. See that? It just adds 5, so our V approach is going to be 146, guys. So auto brake as required. Let's go ahead and get that put in there. And this doesn't happen often, but you can see we may need to help the aircraft slow itself down. It's definitely getting a little bit above itself, so let's slow the aircraft down. Let's get a wing view when we do that too. Watch that brake come out. You can see that brake come out, and it should be doing its trick. So let's go back up and see if we're slowing down a little bit, which we should be. That's the whole purpose of having those spoilers out there. We didn't get any alerts, but that's why you got to monitor it, because we are. This is and you got to also pay attention to what next point it's trying to hit to get down to that altitude. So we just push that brake in and we rearm the brake there. Now what we need to do is get this on the wheels. And I think at that speed we're going to go ahead and plan on a auto brake 2 or maybe 3. Yeah, we can go auto brake 3, which will slow us down pretty quickly, since we're coming in a little bit of a faster approach using of course not the full landing profile, but configuration 3 with flaps 3, of course. And we'll do our auto brake 3 to make sure we stop appropriately. So there you go, guys. Now we can go ahead and get this back on the status page. Status page is clear, and we are continuing our descent. Of course, we are going to level out right now because we are supposed to be at this this point at 22,000 feet, or flight level 220. Alright guys, let's go back and check on our checklist. Nav H page, sections required, auto brake as required, anti-ice as required. And of course we'll double check that windshield. And our descent at 10,000 feet, we want to put the lights on. So we'll leave that there. Now that we're past that point, you can see that VNAV is working quite nicely. Next point is going to be 17,000 feet. Don't forget the altimeter is 29903. Now you can see some of those figures we put in. Our decision height of 207 feet. Our auto brake is set to 3. And if you look over here, the auto brake is armed and the speed brake is armed. We got all our anti-ice on right now, so ice is not detected any longer. So we'll leave it on for a little bit longer just to be on the safe side, but then we'll get it turned off. Okay, landing weights are in the greens as far as what we'll be landing on. The calculator right now, we still have 11,186 kilograms of fuel on board. Let me see how that marries up with our actual reserves that we had planned for this flight. Alright, so Gary, let's see. Gary George, that's a good idea, but it's really, and then Greenlight saying FTW, yes, Dre. Alright. Alright guys, so we're about at our transition altitude, so let's go ahead and put this in our 29903. All right, and there's 29903, and now we can start seeing a little bit better visual representation of what we're going to do. So we just have to remember, after Capone, we're going to go fly Capone, and we're going to get a little more west of Capone before we go direct to Grit, and that'll put us on our initial approach into the Miami area. Now what we're getting ready to do is have to take a look at the aircraft. Throttle's idling, but we are bleeding that speed, so that's okay. All right, moving right in, and we're doing well, guys. We are doing well. Let's go ahead and get a radio check here. Any station is net radio check, over. Make our call out. Miami traffic, American 318 is a Airbus A350-900XWB, currently at 15,200, direct selfish, descending via the selfish one, expecting full stop landing on runway 9 for Miami traffic. Alright guys, so we went ahead and made our call out as best we can. Now we need to go ahead and look at, based off of where we're landing, how we need to taxi. The gate that we are parking at today is Echo 11 Alpha, and 11 Alpha is kind of on the international satellite concourse. So let's see how we get there. So it shouldn't be too bad of a taxi. I'll show you guys kind of what's going on here. So we are going to arrive on runway 9 here. So we're going to be downwind from Capone. We'll make a left, hit Grizzly or whatever that first point is. We're going to bring her on in. Now, if we can make uniform, that's going to be great. So we take uniform here. The gate E11 Alpha is right there. Let me show you. So here is Echo 11 Alpha, which that is most certainly our gate. This is where this aircraft is really not flying an A350. This route's really flown by American in the Boeing 777. But I decided to fly this one because I flew the 777 not that long ago. So here's Echo 11 Alpha. So essentially, we hit 9 in a perfect world. We bring it down to uniform so that we don't have to do all this kind of crazy intersections. We bring it down to uniform, come up, pick up, looks like Papa, and then enter the ramp here. Or take Papa off the whiskey, that would make any sense. So we'll see if we can enter the ramp somewhere on this inner portion and work our way around. We'll see how that works out, guys. On our approach, Grit is the initial fix. So it'll be pretty much a standard kind of pattern. Downwind we'll do a base, which I'll basically go a little further out maybe and just go direct, making sure we can hit Grit. And then guys, if you see the distances here from Grit, it's really not a whole lot once we get to Grit. So we need to make ourselves, we'll probably vector ourselves a little bit further out. And And here's some recommended altitudes if the glide slope is out. So we hope it's not out. We hope it's in. Here's the ILS with the glide slope, of course, and here's some different speeds. Our approach speeds between these two, so you can only imagine our, you know, it's gonna, hopefully the aircraft's already pitching down, doing what it's supposed, but it's gonna be between these. 146 is actually, so probably about 746 on the vertical speed or something like that. I'm assuming for our missed approach, climb up to 800, right turn to 3000 direct to the VKZ VOR where you hold. So here's that VKZ. So essentially we come the runway, we don't do what we need to do. We're gonna go up to 800, then we're gonna do our climbing right turn to 3000 direct to the VKZ VOR. Then of course it's a left hold. Alright folks, as we continue our descent right now, the speed is actually staying between the boundaries of what the aircraft would like it to see, so that's a good thing. Let's see, I think right now 40 is a good range. Yeah, 40 is a good range because we can see everything that we're doing. So we are bringing it in here, guys. Let me check the chat out here. Seems to have gotten a lot quieter. All right. So basically, once we get, it's kind of a weird approach if you look at it. Kind of does like a little hook thing here. We come out, hooks in, something like a upside down question mark. So not quite at 10,000, but once we get there, we know what to do. Got to put our landing lights on. Yeah, so from Capone, we're going to have a heading of 273. And we're going to hold that until I decide to make a base turn. And then go direct to grit. Runway heading is 92. All right, guys, we are out to 10,000. All right, nose landing gear is lights are on. We're gonna get the runway turnoffs on, and we have the landing lights on right now, guys. Everything else is looking good. A little bit longer on the anti-ice, and we'll get that shut down as well. And all right, exterior lights set, seat belts are on, data is checked, aero reference has been checked, and that is the descent preparation. That's checked. Descent monitor, rate of descent required, speed brakes is required, weather on EFS required, holding pattern is required. We already kind of went over that. We're doing a precision approach. now we are making our turn. And of course, by the time we get to Capone, we should be at 4,000. A little bit overcast here in the area. And then grit, we should be at 3,000, so there is definitely no rush. We can probably start our descent to 3,000 as we start our base turn to grit. Alright guys, and you can see that aircraft still doing its best job to keep on course. Here's our turn into the Miami area. Of course, you can see the field right down here. If that's the field, let's see, it should be. Let's get this back here. We got Fort Lauderdale around here too, so yeah, the field should be definitely right off of at our 1 o'clock. There's the field, so the other one could have been another. Here's the field. I was like thinking the other one wasn't large enough. So it's pretty much putting us downwind. So there's runway 9. And you can see there is a VATSIM person down there in the yellow. So there's at least one. So it's prudent for us to do our call outs. Alright guys, back over land and anticipating a pretty smooth and calm approach. Miami traffic American 318 is continuing to descend down to 4,000 on the I forgot the name of the descent. So it is the Selfish. Miami traffic American 318 is continuing to descend down on the Selfish one, currently at 6,500. Direct Madonna, expecting full stop runway 9 for Miami traffic. Alright, so rule of thumb is don't forget your approach, but I didn't want to just say any random name, so we had to keep it real. So you can see there's going to be our turn. So we should be 4,000 by Capone. The aircraft will naturally continue on this course heading. Then I'll put it on the heading mode and we will get the aircraft slowed down and do everything that we need to do. Let's get our before landing announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes our aircraft will land at the destination airport. For your safety, we ask you to remain seated until the aircraft comes to a complete stop and the fasten seatbelt sign is turned off. When preparing to depart, please make sure to take all your personal belongings with you. Attention international travelers, if you are continuing your flight, follow the signs to international transit area.
Alright, so we're not exactly downwind right now. We're a little off downwind just because of our angle here, as you can see, but we will be making that left. And then we're going to basically be on our own after that. Normally ATC would be vectoring you and all that good stuff, but we're going to be vectoring our own selves. So again guys, we are going to be landing at only flaps 3, not flaps full. Yep, and we already have our speed brake armed, of course, and our auto brakes armed to 3. Okay, here we go, making that turn as promised. And I'm just going to get it back out there so I can check and see. Then we'll call for our base turn, guys, and then we will bring this bad boy in. Alright, now what we're going to do is we're going to come over here to our heading mode and pull it out. And then we're going to make our base turn, of course, and that's it. So let's set this for 3,000, of course. We're just going to continue on this heading, and then I'll go a little further out so we can do our turn, start descending down so that we make the intercept of this at least at 30 degrees or less. Yeah, we can see we can't see anything like that right now. Going down to 200, let the aircraft start descending or reducing speed right now. All right, and now we're telling the aircraft that we want it to descend, of course. Miami traffic, American 318 is turning base, left base for runway 9 full stop for Miami traffic. All right, guys, so we're getting our descent going there.
Miami traffic here is Air Canada 11 Echo November. Descend to 3,000 feet. Expect to land at runway 30.
All right, so we definitely have some aircraft in the area. All right, base turn is pretty much complete. And we will most certainly be down to 3,000. All right, let's go and make sure our... we're going to do direct to here in a minute, but we want to make sure that our approach phase is truly activated, and it is there. So now let's just come back up and take a look, and then we're going to do a direct to grit once we get there. All right, guys. We're going to get ready to go ahead and get a speed check. Speed check flaps 1. We got to kind of slow down a little bit more aggressively than we normally would, because we are definitely coming in on a pretty much, this is a short final, so we want to back her down to about 180. All right, here in a few more seconds, we are going to activate the direct to grit. Actually, I could even just vector us there. Miami traffic, American 318 is now turned final direct grid, accepting full stop runway 9 for Miami traffic. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and arm that localizer. Localizer is armed and captured already. Now we can put the aircraft into the approach mode. And we're going to get this on the landing system, and we're going to get this thing on the ground, guys. Excuse me. All right, let me get the controls on for you guys. Free and clear. And let's check you guys out in chat one more time. Roystering, good afternoon from South Africa. Thanks for joining the stream. We are pretty much on final approach, guys. Let's go ahead and get that approach speed. Getting ready to get dialed back, of course, now that we're on the ILS. And that's Speed Tech Flaps 2. All right. Okay, there goes our bug coming down, which means we're getting ready to deploy those landing gear. You can see it being mirrored over here in the landing system as well. Currently we are at flaps 2, and we will be landing full flaps flaps 3. Okay, landing gear is coming down. Glide slope has been captured. All right, and let's go over here and check on those wheels. Okay, wheels, you can see everything is out and in green. Landing gear is down, confirmed 3 green. Setting our approach speed of 146. Speed check. Flaps 3. And we can see here flaps 3 is selected.
2,500.
Cross check. Alright, so I'll check you guys out in the chat one more time, then oops. We didn't want flaps full. I hit the wrong button, folks. I meant to check you guys out in the chat, not put the flaps there. Alright guys, we are on final approach into the Miami area here. We are currently configured to our landing protocols. So we'll talk to you guys on the ground here, and just don't forget we are going to gate Echo 11 Alpha 2000 cross check. We are hoping to make a left off of uniform, and if we do anything else, we need to get ourselves to uniform to get into the area. Alright, flaps 3 is selected. Approach speed is still confirmed as 146. And autopilot's coming off, guys. Autopilot is disconnected my aircraft. And she's flying nice and smooth, guys, as she should. Alright, put the old trusty feet on the rudder pedals, because you don't need them on the rudder pedals the whole time. Okay, we got a good view of the runway. Approach is stable. A little minimal trim play here, but there is some, obviously. One thousand check. Miami traffic, American 318 short final, runway 9 full stop, Miami traffic.
It's going to be turning base for Chrome intersection on the ILS runway
500.
8 right.
Cross check. Alright, and that was Greenlight you guys heard there.
400.
Landing check, and I'm going to reduce this by 1 knot. There we go.
Above 300.
Alright guys, we're going to be doing a landing here.
Minimum 200.
Landing.
$100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 30, 20, retard, 10, 10,
All right, we got a great landing. Reversers are out. Reversers are out, folks. Speed is bleeding. .60 knots. Reverse free. And exiting the runway now. There we go. Welcome to Miami, guys. We'll still get ourselves the uniform. We are on uniform, guys. We made the uniform, which is what we wanted. Miami traffic, American 318 is clear of runway 9 on uniform, taxiing the gate Echo Alpha 11 from Miami traffic. Alright, guys. That was pretty decent. Flaps are coming all the way up. And let's get my speed brake all the way off. Alright, let's come to a little bit slow stop here. Let's see if that speed brake is retracted. Which it is. Alright, we're going to keep it. Alright, we're crossing runway 30. Miami traffic, American 318 crossing runway 30 on uniform, taxi to gate Echo Alpha 11 for Miami traffic. Alright guys, so we're going to come right across, and then we got to see where here we can make a left here. There's that aircraft in that way right there. Maybe we should come down a little further. Okay, now we can get that landing lights off as far as the strobe as well. And we'll get the runway turn off as well. Okay guys, let's see here. Let's go to this next taxiway here. Anyway guys, welcoming into the Miami area. We had a pretty decent landing. It wasn't a butter, but it was a great landing. I'm pretty satisfied with the trip that long. You always just hope for a pretty decent touchdown. Alright, let's see if we can get parked so we can get Greenlight up in the mix. Let's see, I'm still going to try to find my best way to this gate. We're not going to quite turn here. There's an American aircraft right there. Looks like we got another aircraft just arriving right behind us. And of course we need to get our APU on. Got to give it a few seconds, of course. I'm always impatient with this APU button. There we go. APU is being activated, and we can go ahead and just kind of slow our roll right here because we're going to make our right now. It truly has been a pleasure.
Miami traffic, Air Transit 1877 Heavy is inbound on the ILS runway 08 right. Miami traffic.
Alright, we should almost be to the gate so we can catch them. Let's look and see where we're at. Yep, so we'll come up slightly, and we should pretty much getting ready to make a right turn. Let's see. We should be parallel right now. Okay, so we're going to make this turn here. So I'm hoping this is the right way in, which it should be. 5x5. Alright, so this is the satellite area, and you know, I think there might be an aircraft actually at our gate. So we might... Let me check the chart here. So I don't want to wander aimlessly here and not be able to get a gate. So, alright. This definitely looks too close. We're supposed to be over there. But that looks like there's an aircraft right there in our spot, which I believe that was it. So let's go a little further down and see. We're gonna have to find one of these down here. It's not our gate, guys. That looks like a Boeing 757 right there. This gate doesn't look too hot here. So let's roll her in.
Miami traffic, Air Trans at 1877 Heavy is inbound on the Alice runway 08 Miami.
Alright, cool. So we'll be able to check him out. We'll pull right into this gate over here. It looks like it can accommodate us. So let's go ahead and get those oops. Alright guys, we have officially made it in. We're getting ready to go check Greenlight out. I don't know what's going on there. Okay. Alright, so I can officially turn those engines off. And we'll get that beacon off, of course. And we have made it in, guys, here into the Miami area. Let us go outside, of course. And we got the APU running. We got the gate coming out, so the wings didn't touch. So we did something great, guys. So we have officially brought her in, guys. Now it's time to go check out Greenlight. All right, I believe he's on 8 right. There he is right here, guys. Perfect timing. That is Greenlight, our boy, landing right now in his A330. Beautiful touchdown, Greenlight. Beautiful touchdown, brother. There he goes, slowing it up. Man, it looked like he pretty much got the runway touchdown blocks. Ah, you are most welcome, brother, for sure. That was perfect timing, guys. Perfect timing. Look at him. Our boy Greenlight made it in from JFK. Looks like he had a great landing. He got his passengers safe on the old Air Transit 1877 full service from JFK nonstop to Miami. There we guys go. There you guys go. There we guys go. I don't even need to make sense at this point. We both had a nice arrival into the Miami area. Well done, Greenlight. Definitely enjoyable. Always flying with him. Let's get back in the aircraft and make sure that we turn our transponder off. Controls, we're going to go to standby. So now our transponder is off, and we'll get it to standby down here as well, just to make sure that we are officially off. And Greenlight, I will be giving you a call more than likely, and hopefully he'll be able to fly tomorrow. Once I wake up sometime tomorrow, I'm going to be definitely calling. It's pretty late to be giving you a call, Greenlight, so I don't know if you want me to call you this late, but definitely going to be doing a stream tomorrow and maybe Monday, or later today I should say, and tomorrow Monday, but later on today when I wake up. That is the goal. Let's go ahead and log off of VATSIM, guys, and get our replay in so we can get to bed.
No problem, just let me know tomorrow.
Roger that, Greenlight. I definitely will. We'll get some sleep, man. I'll give you a text and we'll get another destination there and get another flight going. Thank you for flying along with us, sir. We appreciate you as well. All right, guys. Time to disconnect.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate everything tonight.
Absolute good night to you, brother. Again, thanks for Greenlight actually gave us this route, so thanks for the route, brother. And we'll I'll be giving you a call tomorrow, good sir. So we are all done there. I'll just give it, there's a delay, so I'm going to give it a couple seconds for him to respond, and because he usually does. But if not, we'll consider that the last transmission. You can see some people in there probably waiting to get on this aircraft, or this aircraft disembarks as passengers. We are disconnected from the VATSIM network now, guys. So you know what that means. It is replay time. My favorite. My favorite. Hopefully my surfaces are replayed as well. But I'm so happy we had a chance to see Greenlight come in. That was truly perfect time in there. Alright, guys. So we were inbound. We were looking official. Of course, whenever I have a great landing, it always seems like the tower view is always skewed or tainted by something. I think this tower view is going to be the same. Hopefully not. Hopefully we get a good view of our touchdown. See, there's that building right there. I knew it. We'll just catch it this way. And look at that beautiful touchdown center line. Oh my goodness, guys. And my auto brake surfaces are being modeled and replayed here. Did you guys see that? Hold on, man. That was a nice center line touch right there, guys. Man, we brought that bad boy in. Let me get out of the screen too. Let's run that back, man. That was gorgeous. That was gorgeous. Let's see, tower view. I know where it's not going to give it to us at all. But I mean, that was just an awesome. Let's see, what other? There we go. Let's get. Yeah, we'll get this one here. Okay, so we held that nose at a nice pitch. We retarded right there. Nose down, right perfect center line. Let's watch that again, folks. Boom. Wheels touchdown and center line. Not a bad, I guess, midnight's work, if you will. Let's watch those wheels. Watch that front landing gear. Boom. Center line, baby. Center line. Yeah. I love it. We done good, you guys. We done good, man. Captain Cooper says, nice one. Captain Cooper, perfect landing. Thank you, Captain Cooper. Greenlight says, very good, bro. Thank you. Greenlight had a great landing as well. We caught it. And she was pitched up perfectly, guys. Right in the middle of the runway. Oh my goodness, guys. You just gotta love that. You just gotta love that, guys. I am so happy we were able to knock that one out of the park. We got to get this view. Look at that. Look at that bad boy coming in. One more time, guys. That's just, oh, I love this business. That was a really awesome landing. I got to watch this thing fly overhead before we do our wing view. Look at that. Man, look at that thing. Just a gorgeous looking airplane. Woo! That's up close and personal, you guys. Look at that. Boom! Oh my goodness, man. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to run that back with the tower view, even though I know it's going to taint it. I just want to see what it looks like full touchdown from the tower view. You know, they should make these tower views where no matter what, you can see the aircraft from the tower view. It doesn't make sense to watch the tower view and you can't see it. Obviously, we probably missed the touchdown. Let's see if I'm accurate in that. Still no view from the tower. Still running across. You can tell it's on the ground now by the engine spooling back. Boom. But there we go. Center line. Sublime and beautiful. Look at that. Kept center line. Those reversers were out. All right. Let's get her far out so that we can ride it in on a nice wing view landing replay and call it an evening/morning on the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. Another beautiful one, another awesome landing, guys. Let's get it nice and far out so that we can go ahead and try to get some of those scenic views from the city as we come in. You guys know how I like to do it. I'm just letting it ride out. Went so far out, it's on another tower's view. All right, guys, let's get in and see where we're at. Got our nice little view here. What I'm going to do is I am going to take off the... Let's see where we get. There we go. Pretty nice view. Well, guys, as you know, I like to jump on camera and just thank everybody for checking me out here on the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. Great, awesome red-eye flight here. I think we were wheels up after 12 midnight, 1 a.m. in the morning here, Pacific Standard Time for the stream. Thank you guys very much for joining me. As always, God bless you. Thank you for the support. Please, if you haven't, smash the like button, subscribe, tap the bell so you get notified anytime we do content. We thank our good friend and great pilot Greenlight for flying along with us and his A330 behind us. Hopefully he will be with us again later on today, guys. We're going to keep making hits on the Dre YouTube channel. Dre Sanchez YouTube channel, that is. Hopefully giving you guys the content that you want to see. At the same time, I enjoy this. God bless you guys. Sleep tight. Continue sleeping tight. If you're already sleeping, you haven't seen the video, and you will. Thank you in advance for all your support. As you know, we will see you next time here on the Dre Sanchez YouTube channel. Enjoy the replay, baby. God bless.
Terrain. 50, 40, 30,